Hello everyone. Welcome. Hope everyone's having a good one. I... Have I... Oh, sorry. Okay, apparently I've been sitting on... being live for a little longer than anticipated, but oh well. And I just, immediately got a bot follower. It's always lovely. Okay. So, I mentioned before, but if you've only been paying attention to the Minecraft streams, then I recognize that I'm not getting Moss Alien done by the end of the year. So I started a new thing. And I think honestly, it's gonna be kind of nice. I literally mentioned for, hey, like the Academia in Final Fantasy 13-2 was really inspiring, and it was like, there was a sort of thing where some of these buildings were very like, well, there was like these sorts of buildings, right? And I was like, you know what if I made like a base building and then a mid layer and then a top layer? And so I've started building some things. I'm not going to go too crazy on the interior of these. This is two buildings next to each other, if you cannot tell. Yeah, like this is, it's a very simplistic, did not do too much with this interior in particular. Yeah. So it's very much empty, but you do have these buildings. There currently are no stairs to these, but it is okay. We will figure it out. I am actually very proud of this building, this corner building. This is supposed to be like a cyberpunk sort of city, and it's going to be the area, the people that have I think I'm gonna just basically change my thing on the may not change my stance on the island thing I was building, but on the weird floating island impossible city inspired stair apartment thing. That will still that might still happen, but this is gonna definitely be that sort of Midgar inspired thing. Or the guards will have the Midgar inspired thing. So obviously it has the Nylum, or the blue grass, the blue nether grass or whatever, outside, but every one of these apartments, aside from this bottom row, does have these little moss planters. The Nylum would look a bit weird, I think. But yeah, again, it's very simplistic rooms. They'd be very nice, but of course they're not. Of course they're not super complicated. I don't want to go into great detail for each one of these. And if I do end up making this compatible with like mine colonies and any sort of build thing, which I probably will, I just want to get giant city out and then figure that out later. And probably if there's going to be any like huts, it's going to be like in these sorts of things. I also wanted to look at this because I made basically I made a corner piece. I made a, the side street thing that can connect relatively painlessly, and there's got to be some accessibility to get up here, otherwise it's just extremely tall. I did have a walkway here, so you can see what I'm kind of going for, but I will probably try and make this a little bit more complicated. And I want to have, would like to have a lot more preset buildings to just slap in here, so that's what we're probably going to do today. I cannot remember what the interior of this building looked like. Oh, it's all coming back to me. Yeah. It's pretty simplistic. Oh, I didn't put any floors in. Right. But it does have the tinted glass and the end rods, so it is lit, but it at night it'll give a very interesting aesthetic. And that's the plain side. So, yeah, so I do want to have buildings that I can squeeze in here. Maybe not here specifically, but there are a few, like I have to have some building that's built for this, some buildings that I can just slap on here, some ones that fit in the grid that are the one over, and then, you know, something that could fit in between here would also be nice. And there will probably be some, I do need to make this larger, because, like, I'm just, like, north of Moss Ellion right now, and, yeah, it's, I mean, this is big, but it kind of would be really silly to just, it feels really small. So what I'm probably gonna do, and I had a lot of trouble, like, the world did not want to load me emptying out all of this space, so that was a struggle. But I probably want to continue it down, and I just was, you know, looking at where what space I need to clear out. But if I do that, yeah, this is a thing I'm gonna have to do off stream. But you know, you get the sort of sense. I definitely want to have some walkways hugging the city, or hugging the walls here. Again, Academia, Final Fantasy 13-2, big inspiration. Not gonna have the stupid one-way escalators though. Although, you know what? Now that I think about it, I do also need to put like some pipes and gears in some places. It's gotta be that sort of, and I don't know, maybe I should, I mean, Cyberpunk is obviously the inspiration, but I also have a lot of potential steampunk sort of things. Then also, I don't think it's really a grounded aesthetic necessarily. There was a D&D like Kickstarter setting book that I got forever ago, those Crystal Punk, and it was like cyberpunk but in D&D and like a high fantasy sort of thing. Which I don't know necessarily how well I could do that, but there's places to go with this. I actually really do like this sort of midsection that I made. It was a very simplistic sort of thing. I don't like having, I really don't like having, you know, a wall of blocks and then another wall of blocks. If they could share the same thing, if they could share the same block, then that's beautiful. That's great. But like, this is the only way to do this. As far as I can tell anyway. Like, so yeah, I mean, I do like this. need to do a lot more. Because also, actually, let's go in the interior of the corner building here just to, well, give you a sense that the, you know, that's it with the non-tinted glass, and then this is, you know, the look with... Yes, I did put the... You know what, I think I put lights on this side and not the back side. To give that sort of a sense of how that effect looks. I also have some other smaller builds. Oh, yeah. That I was doing mainly just to test stuff out. So for one thing, definitely some sort of metal, some concrete, and then terracotta for the floors. And this sort of like bright cyberpunk that's very much, I need to, this obviously isn't like fully decorated, but you know. Very nice, very nice. Oh, and also I really do like these little cubbies, but you got your little, you got your lights, but you also got this stuff. I actually, you know, I wonder. I don't know. I never thought about end rods because, frankly, I never go to the end. But, they're really great. I think that this might look better if we did something a little different. If I had like metal cabinets, that would be great. I think that probably looks better, although there's probably something else I could and should do. Oh, what if it was like an aquarium? Ooh. You know what, actually? It seems like a terrible idea, actually. But it seems like a interesting thing. Let's see. Glass. Trapdoor, just a basic trapdoor. Let's put the lamps just in the corners. And we're just going to put doors all along here. And let's see, axolotls. These axolotls are gonna die because they need to be in water. Also, axolotls probably not the best aquarium fish now that I'm thinking about it. Let's figure out. Let's throw something a little more reasonable. Cod, salmon, tropical fish. Oh. How does one capture? Do you just use a bucket? I think they die if they don't have water. Very unfortunate. I'm gonna just gonna put a little pool here and hopefully maybe, I don't know. Anyway. Too distracted by the axolotls. Oh, okay, so I was starting, and I need to have a building that isn't this sort of 2x2 thing, but I was starting on this. as just a, this won't have a midsection, it'll just be this. And yes, is this perhaps using too much iron? You're right. You are absolutely right. Yeah, I'm thinking probably I'll put some concrete stairs of some kind here, but that is... we'll do that after I finish. Well, I could. Or I could not. I don't know. Just as long as... I mean, ideally... ideally it could cover up this, so it would have to be 2 more stories. I have time to... I have space to put stuff, so it isn't quite so monotonous. Monolithic. That's an interesting... what's the word? Connotation between 2 words that mean... that mean basically the same thing. Monolithic and monotonous. Same thing, but you'd rather be monolithic than monotonous. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what. And what's the spacing looking like? Oh, you know what? Let's... yeah. Do that and we'll have a little balcony. Yeah. And I will also have to figure out... the idea is that I'm going to have like the central staircase in all the buildings so that they can be modular and I can just put whatever midsection on top. But this one isn't going to be that way, so I don't need this. Yeah, no, it absolutely isn't. And it doesn't need to be. Although it could be. And also I don't have to have those stairs meet at the top. And let's see. Don't need that. Don't need that. Probably won't need this, and if I do, I can get it again. Oh, interesting. I really like the look of the Nylum. It's, I think, a very cyberpunky thing. I mean, it's a little bit of like, I mean, obviously it's just, yeah, you want urban greenery, but it's gotta be a little bit dreary. It was beautiful. And trying to do some patterns also is very nice. The glass on this, I really love this. This used to be concrete instead of glass, and I mean, like, I think this is probably better and makes more sense. But it was a good look. It was a good look. And obviously you saw that I did basically just change some of the colors. That is absolutely the thing that will happen. I am thinking... Again, I don't want to go too crazy here. Also well, okay, so I do want to have a lot of things. I don't know... Oh, also, have this, which is a little bit oversized. I do want to just incorporate some of these sort of gradient patterns in here. Then white is really stands out, doesn't it? And I could probably do this a little bit better, but this is oversized. Usually it would be this sort of 15 or 17 block section directly connected to another 17 block section. I need to see how this will look, but it's supposed to be oversized so it can fit over everything. Fit around the perimeter of stuff. Okay. So I don't know what pattern to do. I feel like just doing a pattern, then going for it. What? Did I get rid of... No, this is... there it is. I haven't used black concrete too many builds here. There's an element of cyberpunk where everything's just super busy. A lot of dull colors, but also a lot of bright neon colors and such. That is me derping out here. Derping out hard. Yeah, and we'll see in general how this looks. And, you know, it'll be a fairly easy thing to just, you know, select the entire building and then change one color. Get it to stand out a little bit more. Where I messed up, but I'm also like, you know what, at some point it would be kind of nice to just do that, to have it go back on itself. Nah, I think we'll go with the Tetris block thing. And wherever the apartments happen to be, well, we will... What the fuck am I doing to... Why am I skipping the blue? The fuck? I don't know why that's... I don't know why I'm doing that. Just 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that way I know exactly where I need to stop here. Yeah, no, I think it is just me hitting 1 instead of 4 for some reason, and I don't know why. That's interesting. I could also say that, yeah, I don't know, we'll have to see. I got new glasses. They were very proud of that the glasses came with like all the features. I was looking it up like before I went to select my glasses. The like blue tint thing, and it's like, oh, these are great for people who for reducing eye strain, and apparently there's actually no scientific studies on that. On if it does actually reduce eye strain. Like theoretically I don't see why I could see it wouldn't be a bad thing, I don't think. But actually no, I think there is some there are some bad things. There were some things I saw associated with it. Unfortunate things. Well, I know that's wrong. Yeah, alright. Is it a bit odd? Because it's kind of... yeah, no, we'll do this. It's fine. This isn't really supposed to be... This isn't really supposed to be viewed from the side. Yeah. But I do want there to be a balcony. Guess it could just be like a billboard space or something. Oh, give me a hot second here, actually. Sorry. I needed to open my window. I was like, oh. 'Tis hot in my room. We'll say though, my glasses are, my glasses, are, they are an improvement, but not a very marketable one. Like, I can see better. There's a little bit of, it's a little bit of, like, my eyes getting used to it. But it's not, I don't think it's that better. Which is really kind of unfortunate. Actually is really unfortunate. I had like the prescription for a very long time. I don't know. I don't know if I could have benefited from having gotten a new prescription earlier. Probably. But oh well. There are some... I don't know. There's a lot of, slightly different looking aviators. But, they are aviators. Both the regular and the sunglass variant. I got a deal. I got a sweet freaking deal because I got 2. Very nice. and the sunglasses are green, or green lenses, so like, but they're not so green that it makes the entire world look like a horror show. I gotta find a word to say that besides horror, because it just sounds too strange when I say it. Okay, so I'm thinking... And hear me out. Thinking this might be good here. No, that is... well, it's kind of just gonna be odd no matter what. Probably just brown terracotta, I think. Probably the best bet. Yeah, I think there's not gonna be much else to... Not much else I can do. Although I don't... Yeah, no, we're gonna make this... No, actually, maybe we won't do a balcony, because I feel like it just obscures the pattern too much. Like, what would have been the point of doing this entire pattern if it's just... if you can't even appreciate it? And it does give some... Like, I could have a balcony on the first floor, I guess. But yeah. It is definitely... I am using waxed iron so that it doesn't rust. We'll see how well... And, you know, I'll go in and make some of it rusty, because of course I will. And we'll see, because I guess that'll probably give it this sort of steampunk-esque thing with the orange rust. Sorry, I'm just realizing. I had like... I don't know, I sat down earlier and I was like, this is an oddly comfortable position. Can't describe it because it's like... exactly what I had... exactly what I'm sitting... how I'm sitting now. I don't know what the difference was. Is it just that my microphone was in the way? I don't know. Oh, hang on. I honestly have no idea. Also probably a million things I could do differently here. Hmm. There's a lot of things to consider, but I also do think that just taking a little break from Mosselian is probably a good idea, especially because, like, you know, I kind of went into it very gung-ho and was like, just gonna go and do it, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute, maybe I should hold back a second and figure things out a little bit. This would be me figuring things out a bit. And like I said, also, having 2 blocks for walls, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, like, I could just, you know, take this wall out and put up, you know, terracotta or whatever, if I really cared about what this particular room looked like. But nah. And like, yeah, it shouldn't really matter too much. And it might, I don't know, it might honestly be better. Theoretically, it could be better to just leave the interiors like completely empty and sort of open to whatever interpretation. And then if I wanted to add something into it, I could. Especially because, like, I'm looking at more of the, maybe not necessarily macro, but like I'm looking at the entire city build here. Spending a lot of time on like stuff like this is probably not the best. Probably could be better. Time could be better spent here. Will admit. Let's see. Also having like some space to do stuff is nice. Don't you think we're not putting in some iron accents here? Also really nice because I think end rods are kind of farmable. At least with Ars Nouveau. I think actually, hang on, the chorus fruit... Yeah, the chorus fruit you can in fact farm. I don't know how farmable it is outside of Hopper thing, but also you can, if you capture a Blaze Rod in with Ars Nouveau stuff, you can harvest, or not harvest. You can farm their resources. is nice to have. It is nice to have the room to do some of these things. And yeah, this is totally overkill, and I should probably just do the exterior of the building. This is one of the... well, okay. I mean, could you also imagine if I had to go into well, yeah. Guess the interior of the building can also sort of dictate what the exterior is going to look like, right? Like, where am I going to put the windows there? Do I just not put any windows? I mean, I could do that. But, seems like it would be a little silly. Don't know where the stairs for the next floor will go. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm just realizing how... just now realizing how monolithic this whole thing is. Hot damn. 5, this isn't an odd number, so there's no way this is going to work. What the fuck? Oh no, it almost works. Actually, would 4 work? Yes, theoretically it should. Well, or be pretty close. Wait, I'm sorry. These... no, because these are 6 long. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Suppose we'll see. Probably have to sacrifice the back 2 rooms, I guess. That's fine. Not saying that I'm going to complete everything. Maybe leave a few things to just have some touch-up, like... well, I don't know, because there's also a lot of interesting things. I would say, like, I mean, you see where I'm going with this build. Like... but there are, I guess, a few things, like, should I put stained glass? That would probably be the sensible thing to do. Ooh. I could do stairs. I could do a 3x3 staircase, spiral staircase. But it also has to be accessible from both sides, so it's like, eh. feel like these sorts of spaces where like there's just a little bit of space, but it's sort of you know, it sort of ends up feeling like it's a building inside of a building, you know? There's large spaces where you can appreciate like just the size and the scale, like with that corner building where there's just hallways. There's just a hallway in the first floor of the apartment section and just stare up. See the skylights. Now the skylights do present a problem with that particular thing because obviously like the midsection, which I don't think the midsection sort of block thing will absolutely just, you will just be staring up into somebody's theoretical apartment. And so I need to come up with a good solution for that. Luckily, I think I could just delete like one tower of apartments and have the glass, and it would very conveniently just well, I'd have to delete one side and also one row in order to make it work. Which honestly isn't the worst case scenario. Isn't the worst thing in the world. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is just gonna be weird. We're just gonna have to accept it. I don't know if I said... Sorry, my mouse is... That's kind of fun. My mouse is just barely, like, in, being detected. I'm just holding it just slightly above the mouse pad. And, what's the word? Just sort of jumping my knee up and down, causing some vibrations in the rest of my body. Moving the mouse all willy-nilly. Like a goober, if you will. Vibration building, yes! Absolutely. How's it going, Solar? Have we recovered from the lack of Guardian? Sorry, I feel like I talk way too much about Star Citizen. You sent the cute Arcanine artwork and it was like, I only talk about Star Citizen with this man. Like I should probably fix that. So the Guardian... No. Oh, that's good. That's good. I don't want to, like... I want to do the same thing, but I also don't want to, like, explicitly spam people with stuff. You know? Also, I messed up counting here somewhere, but, you know, that's okay. I have a friend whose persona is a possum, and there's several accounts that is just like just a possum content, and I'm like, I want to send this to them, but if I send everything, then like, for one thing, they probably also already have seen it. Because let's be real. Yeah, that's fair. You know? So I don't know where I messed up here, but it does present an opportunity. Space that is, I mean, technically livable, but I think like if I put some like pipes in here, some techie bits, could be cool. But we also need to get, well, for one thing, I also need to get this here. I mentioned that my sister's boyfriend is visiting for the holiday. Like, don't know what to talk about. I don't know what to talk about, and like, I don't know. I think everything's sort of really like spur of the moment sort of planning, so I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know about when I'm gonna have time alone with him. Because like yeah. Because like, I don't know, having like dinner before, but it was like everybody in the family, well, not everybody in the family, but family football night basically, and I was like, oh god, I don't want to start a conversation. I also don't want to start a conversation because like I need to stream in, you know, an hour or whatever, and I don't want to get into a deep conversation. Oh no. And also he was literally not within eyesight. Which didn't help things. Seems like a cool guy, to be clear. But also I've got no idea. Honestly, I don't know if I'd want to talk to him about the weather. It'd be a really interesting thing. Could be a really interesting thing. That is true, that is true. Weather, I don't know. He also lives in California, I think. Maybe he's moved. Maybe he hasn't, I don't know. But like, let's just say it's a nicer the weather in that part of California is better than the weather here. I don't know how that conversation would go. Just like, you person from this area, you with your damn nice weather. True, yeah, but also, I don't know. It's just where my mind's at. With gotta think all these things through. Sorry, alright. This bot is crushing prom. It's an interesting, very interesting username that I may have misread as something else. It's crushing prawns, obviously. You know, yeah, let's see. Sorry, I'm just also remembering there's some artwork. I frequent r/Lucario. I was looking at some, there was some artwork of like a tiny Lucario holding like a mouse on somebody's desk. And it was a red mouse, and the way it was posed, I was scrolling through super fast, and I was like, that is, what the fuck did I just see? And no, it was a mouse. It was not any other thing. Listen, my mind is the gutter. Let's not cherry coat it here. Sugarcoat it? Guess you could cherry coat it. Now I'm just thinking about, wait a minute, is cherry coating also like just totally like code for an explicit thing? I guess it could be. Fucking cherry coating it. Oh my god, that's so bad. Well, actually, we could do this. We could have our little... I don't know how I messed this up. That's okay. Everything worked out... Seems like everything worked out pretty well in terms of spacing. And honestly, having things not all at the same sort of level is probably a good thing, because that just looks too clean and too perfect. Oh, I do wonder. I also really want to, you know, so I do Let's Plays on the YouTube side of things. Has been popping up in my mind recently, how I have to do a Let's Play of like all the Pokemon games. Or at least all the ones I have. But like... what would be the best way to do like Gen 1, Gen 2 and everything? Cause like... I have the games. I have the Game Boy and Game Boy Color games. They absolutely are going to need like their batteries replaced. Which I've never done that, but I I would like to learn. Capture card thingies. Well, actually, that's the, that is the thing. No, I haven't looked at, like, capture cards for, there's actually a lot of options for the Game Boy ones. I'm sorry, what am I doing? Let's do that. I think this is probably better. Hang on. There's also Retron consoles, which I think those would probably be really nice because I mean, I have a Game Boy. Actually, I have several Game Boys. Hang on. But, there are Hyperkin Retron N5 gaming console from Hyperkin. Not sure if... There's like these things. Now I have a capture card, which is how I got Dokapon. Okay, hang on. When I was working at a game store, used game store, let me see here. Because as you can see, there's like the console and then it's got multiple ports. There's... Yeah, this one I think is supposed to do, yeah, Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. That's fair. And that's, the thing is that, like, okay, so Game Boy, so Gen 1 through 3, I could do that. I could get this, and I could record it on actual hardware. Not original hardware, I guess, but... And that honestly also could, you know, cause some issues, but probably not. I don't think there's anything in particular that's like where anything's like limited by the frame rate and they didn't add delta time or you know, something like that. I think it's just, it would be a nice thing to do. I don't think there's going to be any way aside from emulating to get footage for the DS and 3DS. I know capture cards exist, but like I know that they do exist, but I don't think they exist. because I don't know, at some point I was looking for them and it was like, okay, I just can't find anything. What the hell's happening? But, you know, as long as it's a thing of like I own the game, then I'd emulate. Which means I would have to go out of my way to find a copy of Black 2. Or Black and White 2. Which I honestly really do, because apparently those games were, like, really good, and, I think it was, like... There's, like, fall off on a lot... Everybody falls off of, Pokemon at some point. And, you know... But, that was a particular generation where it's, like, it was really good. It was kind of unfortunate that, not appreciated in its time, you know? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But the thing is that, like... So I have every game except for some of the... I don't have Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And I don't necessarily have each. I don't have yellow. I don't have yellow. I do have red. I do have blue. I think I've got leaf green. I don't have the remakes of Gen 3. And I put Gen 8 on my Christmas list, but like everything else basically I've got. I started with blue. Very, very OG. So OG that I was so OG that the game is older than me. If only I could have, like, first gen... Oh! Wait a minute. Hang on. But wasn't that... Was that 1990... Oh, fuck, was that 19... Yeah, no, that's... 1995 was when... Holy fuck. Wait a minute. You've given me the numbers. Now I have to do the math. I'm sorry. $1996. Really? Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, of course. Oh, okay. Alright. Sorry. For all my regulars, I just, like... I don't know. The topic of age comes up at some point, and I don't know. Maybe it's weird. It's just like... I don't know. It just seems weird, and it seems like everybody is, like, several years younger than me. And it's like... What is happening here? Fair enough. I'm trying to think. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was, well, I guess there are a few people who are, I guess, like, months younger than me. My friend group. But, like, was born in one of the earlier months. So I guess that's only natural, really. Oh, then I'm curious. Have you, not to bring everything back to Star Citizen, did you play Star Wars Galaxies at all? Because, I I played some of the emulators for Galaxies, or some of the fan revivals. Or well, one in particular. And that was part of the reason that that got me into Star Citizen, because I saw a channel that was doing Star Wars Galaxy stuff, and then they also did Star Citizen stuff. Before, and that was years before we knew that, we found out that the crafting system was going to be similar. There might not have even been crafting. Star Wars Galaxies is definitely like one of those things where like it was great. It was great, and it had problems, it had issues, and it was certainly like, it came out in 2003 or like 2004. So like its competition was WoW. Fair enough. I guess Star Citizen is kind of easier to... It is kind of easier to get into than a lot of other MMOs. Because it just like really feels like, you know, you need to get a group and, you know, do all the group play like immediately, whereas Star Citizen just sort of feels like, I mean, obviously there is that, but it's also, you know, it just feels like an FPS. Yeah, that is also a thing. It definitely doesn't feel like a typical MMO. That is for damn sure. But yeah, Star Wars Galaxies was it's definitely an interesting one. It was very much a sandbox MMO. There was a lot of stuff you could do. But it is also very much an MMORPG. So like there were like, being a doctor was just a thing. You would just like, you would okay, so like, you know, you needed to have player doctors who you would go and pay and tip, and they would give you not only just like heal you, but they would also like, and like take basically you would accrue like a little bit of wounds, which is just like caps off your stats, so like it caps off your maximum health, your maximum stamina, and you need a doctor to go and fix that. But they also give buffs, but then there are also dancers that give buffs, and yeah, so like literally you would just go to a bar and you would see like there would be a player dancer, and usually it was like an AFK sort of thing where you just have some macros set up so that your character is just, you know, continuing to do a number of dance techniques, dance skills, and that just, you know, gives you debuffs. And I think also that also healed wounds. So that was a whole thing. Yeah. A lot of, and then the crafting system was, very intricate. Hmm. I played, yeah, I think I played Black and White, and I got only so far into it. The only Pokemon games I've beaten are, two OG, well, okay, I haven't like 100%ed Silver, and Crystal, but I know I at least beat Red on the Game Boy Color versions. And 6. I got to Victory Road in 4. And what else? And 9. Because, I mean, like, I played 9 when, you know, I was an adult and I knew what the fuck I was doing. I think I got 6, like, at the end of high school. And, like, I definitely did use a guide to make sure I had the type, because I didn't have, like, all of the type advantages, like, beat into me. But I didn't, like, need any sort of, ridiculous guide. I think, like, legitimately, I played 7. I picked it up when I was working at a used game store. And, I chose Litten as my starter, and legitimately, like, was one of those people that when it evolved into Incineroar, and I, like, didn't see anything about Gen 7, I just knew that it was a thing. When I saw it evolve into Incineroar, like, I was like, what the fuck is this? And I think genuinely, I mean, I probably just got too busy. Or whatever, but, like, I think it was genuinely, like, that was genuinely a part of the reason I didn't finish the game. It was just fucking WrestleMania cat thing. Now, I think Torracat's great. I love Torracat. Torracat is, like, I don't know if there is how many starters I would, yeah. I don't know how many starters I would prefer the second stage Evo for. Like, I think, Wartortle is a good one, but Blastoise is not bad. I don't know. There's probably some examples. I mean, just because like Mystery Dungeon was a lot of the reason I like Pokemon. Grovyle is definitely not a bad one, but also Sceptile isn't bad either. How many of the starters have their live? What do you mean by that? Live without? Because, like, just which ones could just not exist, or which ones would I rather it be something else? Because if it's which ones I don't care about, like, pretty much never pick. Ooh. You know what? Let me look at this real quick. Starter Pokemon. Because if it... that's a tough one, because it's like... Which like, okay, so... I don't mind any of the 3 starters for, you know, Gen 1, for example. But like, given the option, honestly, I don't think I would. And it's probably an even pick between the 3, but like, my starter was Squirtle, so like, I would probably have, let's say I would always go with Squirtle given the chance. But if I had to choose, if I had to pick, okay, yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Like, can keep them all. Which one would I, if I was given every starter, but I chose not to take one? Okay, I mean, I have one answer. Chikorita. Chikorita. I want to say Chikorita and Popplio, I think is what it's called. I literally can't remember what the Primarina one is called. Popplio? It is Popplio. So like like I think, I don't know, Totodile's cool. But and Cyndaquil is my darling. And everything else is kind of got their own thing going on for them. I'd be tempted to say Quaxly because its evolution is not is something. It's interesting, but it's not like I dislike it. I can't remember what it's called, but the final evolution of the water Gen 9 water starter, I mean, that's like, it was I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all, but yeah, let's see. Okay, so my picks were Squirtle, Cyndaquil, Treecko, Chimchar, Snivy, Chespin, Litten. For Gen 8, I absolutely would have gone with Cinderace. Like, let's be real. And then Sprigatito. I'm just thinking about it. Because, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, knowing Incineroar is a thing, I probably would have gone with Rowlet. I easily would have gone with Rowlet as in place of that, because yeah, oh, I'm derping on it, on Rowlet's final Evo. What the? Oh my god, no. Rowlet Battle Evolution. Decidueye! Oh my god. Not to mention the fact that Decidueye also has the Hisuian form, which is awesome. Oshawott? Oh, okay. I know apparently a lot of people didn't like Oshawott. Apparently they actually like designed... Oshawott started out very cute, and then they actually made Oshawott less cute. Just to give it a little bit of more personality. And I think that's really cool. Yeah, I don't know how much I agree with the sense that it, yeah. I don't know why Snivy was, interested me. I guess it just looks sassy. It just looked like a sassy little lad. That's understandable. It's a respectable opinion. I can live and accept that. Maybe. Yeah, that's fair. I do think I was really debating whether I would add Turtwig to the list. Because Gen 4 was like the first generation that, like, I remember like it came out and I saw the trailers and like it was the new Pokemon game when I was growing up. I mean, technically Gen 3 would have come out at some point when I was in the Pokemon playing phase, but of Pokemon age. But you know, I will say though that like, I don't know. I mean, what is it? Incineroar? No. Emboar? It's not Emboar. Is Emboar the final evolution? I don't know. The I don't know. Cartoon pigs can be pretty cute though. So I'm like, I could go for it. Would be enjoyable. And then it's also, can't remember what its stats are like. Although it did get bipedal, and it was a firefighting type. Which of course is an interesting thing. Okay, I want to do something interesting here. I want to do like... Ooh, I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna make... Alright, okay, I know what we're gonna do here. Don't know exactly how this is gonna work. I want this to be like, there's a little diner, and then there's like a shop. There's a clothing store, these are some changing stalls. And this can be a little protrusion for the kitchen. Yeah. Yeah. Gen 3 also is a really funny story for me. I've experienced a lot of the game, but only because the cartridge I had like a complete save file on it. When I played Gen 3, I got stuck very quickly because I didn't know where to get a water or get a Pokemon that knew Surf. And I chose Trico because Trico looked the coolest. And there was at least one game where I did get further. I never finished it. But like, I got further, but only because I chose Mudkip. Which is not great. And I remember getting very, like, I was like, okay, I need to get a water Pokemon that knows Surf. Or to find Surf. And, I remember getting a Wingull and was like, what the fuck? Why can't, it's a water Pokemon, why can't it learn Surf? Listen, I liked Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers way too much to accept anything but Grovyle, or... Okay. No, I said it. I said it and I'm just gonna go with it. Anything but Grovyle is the wrong choice, and will always be the wrong choice. Kid Me didn't know that. Kid Me was, like... was very interesting. I still don't understand how the fuck I finished Gen 2. Like, dude, I didn't even realize that there is so many mechanical things about, like, Generation 1 and 2 and 3 that, like, I just did not fucking know. I didn't even realize that Dark and Steel type were new in Gen 2. I didn't realize that, like, Dark and Steel type just didn't, like, show up at all in the main game. Mystery Dungeon is great. Like, I don't want to overhype it because honestly, my opinion, yeah, my opinion, with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like, the gameplay is simpler. It is a, what's the term? Crossover? Collaboration? I mean, it is a collaboration between the Pokemon series and the Mystery Dungeon series, which a lot of people don't know because, like, they never release any Mystery Dungeon games in the West. But, the gameplay is simpler, but just sort of, the core progression mechanics are simpler, I guess I should say. And then, but the actual gameplay, it's a procedurally generated roguelike, and it's great. Yeah, who knows though. Here's hoping there's a new Mystery Dungeon that comes out soon-ish. Because it has been a hot minute. Oh, and part of the deal with the progression in Mystery Dungeon, I should say. So every Pokemon starts out with different stats, but eventually, like, any party member you get, you can, you'll just max out at 255, except for HP, which I think is, like, not sure if it's 1,000, but, like, the only unique differences between Pokemon at max level is just, like, move pool and type, which is a little disappointing, but eh. I'm gonna swap something out here. Yeah, because, you know what, this roof cannot be just metal. That is not gonna fly. Um. Let's see. I don't know, Solar, if I presumably showed up not at the very beginning of stream. I will have to show off Cyberpunk City set if it wasn't clear what I was working on. And there's a lot of verticality. Maybe a little bit of verticality for the sake of verticality, but yeah. I actually really like this just because it's super simple, but it also gives some texture. And like, although it isn't really random, let's be real, it is absolutely a pattern here. I could have made it random, but yeah. Oh, that is... Alright, I am going the wrong direction here. Okay, I think... Gonna try a thing... I am indeed trying a thing. Opinion on the Intrepid change. The price. Oh, dude. If I didn't express my opinion about the Intrepid and its price, it's because I blocked it. I sheerly blocked it out of my memory because, like, we're talking about it, and, like, we need more starter ships that are $45 game packages. Like, why? Why is this not a thing? Why is this such a thing that we just don't get? Like, like, I'm not necessarily saying that the Intrepid should be a $45 game package, but, like, isn't it $65? Like, I don't know, either that just, like, completely invalidates, like, the like... Yeah, like, it's totally not... Like, there could be an argument made for being, like, the same price as the Avenger, maybe. You know, some features, like, obviously it doesn't have better guns, but it might have better... it has the same cargo capacity, but it has nicer amenities, it's got nicer, maybe it's got longer range. I'm pretty sure it has... The idea is that it'll have longer range, but, like, you know, like, but more than the Avenger? Absolutely not. Like, and it's $65, right, is the actual price of the game package. which means that it's as expensive as the 315, or I'm sorry, not the game package, the ship itself. But that puts it at the same price as the 315 and the 135, which I think you pointed out the very strange fact that those two ships are the same price as well. It's like, and then like an $80 game package. Oh my god. Like, the ship is fine. The ship is absolutely fine. But like, whoever is coming up with the price is just like smashing their head into a keyboard. Yeah. It is definitely a weird thing though, right? Like, I mean, who knows what CIG's thinking nowadays. Also, we're gonna just... This is just gonna be easier. Isn't the... Wait a minute. Actually, how much is the Sulin? Which would you rather take, the Sulin or the Intrepid? Ooh, you know, that is a real good question, actually. Like, the tough part with that is, right, that, like, fuel tank sizes, I know, are changing, but, like, just because they're changing now does not mean that they're, you know, doesn't mean that they're gonna be the same way forever. I assume that the Intrepid probably has longer range. Okay. Buying a cheaper package, I mean, is the correct choice. But for the sake of argument, okay, so the Intrepid, the Warbond discounted thing is $68, but the full price is $80. $80 game package. The Intrepid is $85. The Intrepid has 3 size 3s, the same amenities, 6 SCU of cargo, it's exterior cargo. And let me just take a look at the range here, real quick. Yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, like, I'm trying to remember, because I don't think I flew around with it. Obviously, the vertical takeoff thing is an interesting thing. But having cool, sort of quirky ship designs like that, I mean, honestly, I think is just a good thing. I absolutely am glad that it exists. I don't think that one's up for debate. It's a nice thing that it exists. Maybe it is, I don't know. Move up to Arrow or Andromeda. Hold that thought. Okay, so the hydrogen capacity, I'm sorry, no, we don't care about the hydrogen capacity. The QT, wait a minute, is that right? That seems very strange. The QT fuel capacity is 1.2 SCUs on the Intrepid, and the Sulin is 1 QT fuel capacity. Oh, but the hydrogen capacity is 43.8 on the Sulin, and then it's 26 on the Intrepid, which is kind of fun. And I just want to know, for the sake of knowing here, ship upgrades. Oh my goodness. The Sulin is $70. Oh, I see, I see. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I feel like I would honestly take the Sulin, which is, like, the Sulin is an alien ship. It has the alien tax on it. Like, just being like, yeah, for $5 more, honestly, I feel like the Sulin is probably... It seems like... I am more interested in the Sulin as a starter ship than the Intrepid. Based solely because of the price, which is insane. You know, I will say... Sorry, I'm just very self-conscious about all the sayings that I now say. The Andromeda is an interesting one. Not gonna say it's a bad choice. It's definitely a good choice. New starter ships are nice for new points of entry, but care less about them. Yeah, is fair. What was I gonna say? They did say that the Andromeda probably would not get a Mark II treatment like the Hornet, which is nice because that means that it's just gonna get a gold pass whenever they decide to do a gold pass on it. God, I wonder how that's gonna work. Because I have all the confidence in the world that the Andromeda is going to be. Now, I could be wrong, because, like, technically the Andromeda in lore has... I think the Andromeda, that the Constellation series that we know is technically the Mark IV in lore. So, take that for what you will. But, yeah. And, like, I understand, and I completely understand that point of thought. And just because, was it Ben Curtis? Just because, like, the vehicle, just because one of the art directors said, yeah, I don't think we're going to do a Mark II or a Mark V or whatever, that does not mean it's not happening. And I am well aware of that. If the... But, like, if they were going to do that, if it was because the F7 wasn't flown that much, like, then just fix it, or just balance it, so that, make the balance so people actually care about medium fighters. That would probably be my first the first thing I would do. True, true. I mean, a lot of people, I don't know how much controversy there was. I feel like there was a surprising, there wasn't as much controversy as I thought when it came to the Mark IIs. Because I was like, this is everything about this is weird. The event and like doing a Mark II instead of just fixing the old ship. You're probably right. I really don't want that to be the truth. Yeah. I mean, that kind of a thing is also like always subjective. There's definitely some people who would have been like, "Yo, I really want to. I like the Mark I better, or I like the Mark II better." I'm very curious how they're going to balance it though, because they gotta balance it. Yeah. I'm just thinking like, I don't know, there could be a lot of ways that they balance it. They could have something where the Mark I's, like the Mark II has some larger guns. They could make it a thing of like firepower versus agility, or firepower versus armor, or armor versus agility, where like the Mark I is more nimble, but not quite as armored or something. I could also see some like engineering thing where like maybe the Mark I or the Mark II has like, it's got the size 4s instead of size 3s. It's built, and so they had to like add in like an additional fuse or something. And because they added an additional fuse, like that one thing just can make engineering a little bit more of a pain because it's just one more part to go wrong. Yeah. Not everything is an improvement, though. Not everything is always a straight improvement. It usually, like in real life, it usually is. There are examples where like things go out of a prototype phase into like production, and then they lose a little bit of the special sauce. That is a thing that I've heard. But the Rock, does it exist? I'm still not sure about that one. I mean, the Rock DS isn't really a Mark II though. It's a separate. I mean, really, it's a separate ship. It's a separate vehicle that shares a name. But yeah. That's the determining factor of whether something exists, whether you can buy it or not. I guess it's fair. Then does the Mark 1 exist? The Mark 1 Hornet exist? Hmm. Oh geez, hang on, I have to communicate things. The old man's fighter. Let's see. Jerky around... Okay. Sorry, I'm... Grandparents, me, and boyfriend, and sister's boyfriend making jerky. Or that was a plan. And, apparently they have not... They're communicating this now, and the plan was to do it tomorrow. And that was the plan. I don't know. Communication is apparently not a thing that happens in my family. Them kids with their curved Mark IIs. I remember the good old days, Mark I, sharp angles. Fucking knife fighting, doing super close flybys. You could shave the goddamn tit off of one of them Van Duel blades. Hell yeah. God, sorry. I shouldn't apologize. Should just accept that is a thing I said. Can move on. Let's see. There's a lot of other buildings I'd love to make here. I'm trying to think. To do the Zeus Mark. Yeah, and it's really strange. It was really strange to me because when they introduced the Zeus Mark II at CitizenCon 2023, they were like, well, we can't just make an old ship. And I think, like, I was not the only one who heard that and was like, no, you absolutely can just make an old ship. That is fine. There is so many ways to do it. Also, like, there's no goddamn way that there isn't a, There's no way that there isn't a... that there wasn't a Mark II of the Zeus. Like, is this, like, the Maxim gun, where you make one gun, and then it's it just is the best thing ever, and then, like, you just never iterate or improve upon it, and it just, like, sits in the closet forever? And then at some point it's like, oh, hey, let's reintroduce this thing. Yeah! Another way to do it out with the old gen. Actually, a Maxim gun would be a very good comparison. Yeah. I mean, like, but okay, but here's the thing though, like, it's a living, breathing world. Or the idea is that it is a living, breathing world. You would absolutely 100% see somebody rock one of those things. Like, like, maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be something that is that old. I'll grant you, but like, like an old ship, all you gotta do, okay, like, you know, I'm sure, like, said this before, but like, it can be a limited hull, and it's like a classic car sale in terms of on the store. And then in terms of the mechanically how it would work, it would have different components. And let's just say that, like, you have 3 generations. Well, if you want it to be a limited hull thing, and get people hyped about it, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it would be a terrible idea. It could be a limited hull, but it's like, there's like 1 million or something instead of 1,000 or whatever the thing is. So you have 3 different metrics, maybe. You have the really old ships, the Generation 1 components, the Generation 2, and the modern Generation 3 components. The Generation 2 is like 10% larger than the Generation 3, and the Generation 3, or the Generation 1 is 10% larger than Generation 2 or whatever. And you can either use the old components, which are less efficient, but, you know, just work, or you can go and get like an adapter and then use more modern pieces, or more modern components, and just do that. I don't know, call me crazy, but I think they could probably manage it. Like, I mean, you might be right, but like, I don't know. I don't see a problem with that. And the idea of just like, oh, we're not going to make old ships, like, yes, these things exist in lore, but you'll just never find them. That just seems really weird. That just seems really weird and strange. Let's see here. Let's do that. Do... That is a fair point. Let's do this here. I don't like this. I don't know quite. I think just the one block is messing everything up. I think it needs to be like 2. I think it's actually kind of really funny because, like, one thing I know about John Crew is that he has... At one point, he had a series on, like, his own personal YouTube channel where he was fixing an old car. So, like, the idea of having a car, like, a bunch of, like, sort of project fix-em-ups, and everybody has been like, we want a jalopy, we want a jalopy. Not everybody, but that is a thing that has existed. And it could also be an interesting, like, thing, like, you find the crafting components for it. I mean, I guess that's fair. But that's kind of what the engineering gameplay is gonna be, though. Like... whether you like it or not. Oh, I derped here. No, it should just be... let's just get rid of the blue. I think the blue's fine, but... I think what it should be... I really want to play my summer car. I haven't gotten it. I've been waiting. Waiting patiently for it to go on sale, possibly. Probably has at some point. I'm just like, eh. The thing that sucks with, like, those games is that there's never any motorcycle mods. There is, I think, like, a few motorcycle mods. But, and I know that there is a two-wheeled motor vehicle in the base game. And I'm like, come on. Give me something a little more interesting than a... I can't remember what it is, but it's like, it's basically like a 50cc like Honda Dax or something. Definitely not a Honda Dax, but something in that same vein. It's like, come on. In fact, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, like, Husqvarna is a Finnish company, I think. Pretty sure. I don't know what Husqvarna was doing in the 90s, but I'm pretty sure they existed. Husqvarna is like a lot of like off-road and dual sports specifically. I think they have, let's see, actually. They're kind of expensive, and I think they're kind of expensive, but they're pretty good quality. Husqvarna. Let's see. Menu. Oh, they updated their website. Apparel was above the motorcycles, even though this is HusqvarnaMotorcycles.com brand. Okay, they've got Enduro / off-road. Okay. Oh no, this is just their Enduro team. Or Enduro sponsored riders. Okay, they got the rally bikes. They do have sports bike, which is interesting. Where the whole wait a minute, what the fuck? I'm trying to navigate this site. Where's the models? Not motorsports. That okay, that makes sense. Oh, they have Oh, do they have an electric bike now? Oh, they do! Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay. You don't really hear about Husqvarna too much when it comes to motorcycles, just because, like, they are a definitely... I don't think they're bad at all. Like I said, and I don't have any first-hand experience, but my understanding is that they are good. Just, they're kind of expensive for what they are. Anyway. I mean, I'm also hoping that that the engineering gameplay... Oh. Well, I didn't know that. I am hoping that engineering gameplay doesn't make it, like, super tedious. There's gonna be a lot of balance with it. And it's gonna be a up and down thing. I mean, the idea is that... Well, I don't know, we'll see. I also am really interested in how the dichotomy of large ships and small ships is gonna work. Because, like... I don't know, what's the crew... What would be the crew size on a... Would it be a better thing to take 4 or 5 people in a Corsair, or would it be better to take 4 or 5, you know, Auroras or Avenger Titans, or, you know, and obviously there's a lot of room for specifics there, I guess, but and engineering is going to be one of those deciding factors. Actually, yeah, it will be interesting. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I do think that carriers will have to be a thing. I know we talked about this yesterday. Like one of the biggest downsides, it'll be a thing of like, okay, do I have to take, like, what is the smallest, most efficient vehicle I can take to do this mission? And then it's going to be a matter of like, but, you know, one of the things is going to be like range, right? Like, can I get to the mission area in my Avenger, or do I have to take, something larger? Do I need to stage a Starfarer in the middle of my journey so that I have enough fuel for it? That probably won't happen. That would be pretty annoying if that happened. Which drugs can I cram into this cockpit without becoming suspicious to the police? Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, I guess that's how this is gonna work. Now, I guess this is how it's going to work. Yeah, I guess we can just continue the pattern, why not? I guess this kind of makes it look like interlinking blocks of some kind, I guess which is a vibe. Probably gonna delete that, but... Tetris architecture. I mean, that modular cube hotel thing is a thing that exists and is in terrible disrepair because people don't like it, but people also really like it, but people don't like it. I mean, I think it's a cool concept. Although maybe expanding it out so it's not a singular room. Like if there was a modular, like, we can build a room, like, sort of in these sort of, an interesting Pokemon, build rooms in, like, these, like, I don't know, 3 meter by 3 meter cubes, or 3 by 3 meter cubes, or whatever, you know, we just attach them, but we could also make a 6 by 6 cube, or 6 by 6 by 6. That is just 8 rooms combined that makes up like one living room or something. Just build that out as a module. Not to toot my own horn here, but is kind of part of this whole thing. Which I feel like somebody has to have at least tried to do that. And I know that like prefabs exist. And it's like the whole deal with like American architecture or American suburbia being like super cookie cutter. Like you get stories of like somebody went into the wrong house because it looked exactly like their house. Because the landlord bought like the same key, or like a set of keys that were all for the same lock, and because that is actually a thing, by the way. Where like they'll buy, or yeah, like when I found that out, I was like, what the fuck? I mean, like, it makes sense, because obviously, like, locks aren't made in, like, a super bespoke way. Like, you can have... Like, you have the different tumblers, you have the different, well, the different shafts for the pins. Then you can have different pins with different spacings, and different, and then different, a lot of other different things. But, yeah, naturally, like, it's gonna be much easier to sell, like, a set. For some situations, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Having giant monolithic structures probably wouldn't be the end of the world. If this is also trying to be cyberpunk, I think that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either. But, yeah. You know what would be really nice, though? It'd be really nice if I could just, like, have a slightly different tint of some blocks. Like, okay, I don't really want to make this, like, I don't know. The idea of using copper just because copper is a different color, not because of any of the mechanical properties of copper. I don't know, even though, like, those properties don't matter because it's Minecraft. I don't know, that doesn't sit right with me. Copper is amazing. I really want to know. There's copper beryllium, which is an alloy cube. Like, and it's basically the applications for it is it's basically as strong as steel, or, you know, give or take. And obviously as strong as steel is a complicated thing. But sorry, obviously there's a little bit of a complicated thing, right? But like, in the list of uses that it has on Wikipedia, it's like, you could also use it for armor-piercing bullets, but it doesn't really make much sense because steel is just cheaper? What situation arose that you decided that somebody decided to use this strange alloy instead of steel? I guess because it's not magnetic. I guess maybe that's got something to do with it. Now that I think about it, I don't know. I'm also just realizing, like, facts with Rylu. Check your door locks. Your neighbor might use the same key as you. Want to have bullets that don't, armor-piercing bullets that don't attract a magnet? Copper beryllium. By the same token, I think it would only be fair to mention that copper beryllium is it's a toxic thing to forge. Like, if you were going to go and manufacture copper beryllium anything, do so with the proper safety equipment, because beryllium is radioactive and you will hurt yourself if it's not a properly ventilated area. Frankly, just don't do it. Until I get sponsored by the copper beryllium industry. Of course. That would be a really strange sponsorship. Large quantities of cobalt-60. I'm not I'm not that much of a material nerd. What does Cobalt 60 mean? I looked this up. Cobalt 60 half-life? Cobalt 60 use? Okay, I don't. Alright. Thank you, Google preview thing. I don't want that in my search history. Heck yeah, but wanna buy some death sticks. I wanna go home and rethink my life. Just cleaning up my room and seeing a bunch of like Star Wars related gifs. Just like, you know, it's been a hot minute. I don't have Disney Plus or access to Disney Plus anymore, so like, you know, the actual excitement there is like, oh, I mean, like, I saw some things and I was excited for some things and I wasn't excited for others. It is a shame because I really liked Andor. I really do want to see Andor season 2. Getting Cobalt 60 from a radiology machine. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, I want to see. Oh, this is actually the same height? Wait a minute, is it? Y negative 32. Y negative 31. Oh, interesting. This is... okay. I do picture this as like... I do picture this as a, hopefully maybe having some Mirror's Edge style parkour stuff going on. But I don't think I've really built it up for any of that. Okay. Also realizing, so like I said, I wanted to have some walkways. And, I gotta think about how those should look. Probably want to have, like, some catwalks. Probably just iron. Also, let me see. I... Also, I texted somebody else, hoping for a speedy reply, and I have not gotten a speedy reply. The problem here is that a lot of these are going to have very thin walkways. See, what I want to do, something like this. Potentially something like this anyway. I also want to have like some curved pieces, but I don't know how that would look. Actually, could I do something? How sketchy could I make this look? Oh, you know what? Oh my god. Yeah, hang on. I know exactly what to do. I can't use the trapdoor. I can't. I want to. I can't. Actually, we'll probably use just solid blocks, because, you know. Well, okay, for two things, because I think this tinted glass, they're the panes, which are from a different mod, are going to interact with some things differently. So, gonna get a brick. Got a mod where you can throw bricks. Yes. Yes. And I think you can't... Yeah, no, the panes are actually indestructible, ironically. Which means that this could happen. Which is terrifying. And is exactly what I want. Yes. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh my god. This is the worst. This is the best, worst idea I think I've ever had. Probably not. But this is, yeah, this is something. I don't know how exactly I want to throw this in here, though. So don't know if I really want to do this. Oh, you know what? The snow isn't going to accumulate on it. Yeah, you know, actually, maybe I do want the snow accumulating on it. I don't really necessarily... I mean, obviously, like, this wouldn't be super hard to run along, but, hmm... I also don't know, because again, there's going to be a lot of, spaces where it's just too tight for something like this, and it would have to be, like, a very small, like, 3 blocks wide is, it might have to be 2 at some point. And even then, that might be... I don't think there would ever be a time when there's just 1 block alleyway. At least not that I would need to worry about a sky bridge, probably, but we'll see. I'm just thinking how this would match up. Okay. I definitely do like this, though. Don't know what the obsession with brown terracotta in particular is. Just a solid choice, I guess. And I guess I can also just go in and recolor it with the tools at my disposal, so it's not really that big of a deal. I think, actually, probably want to have it like this. Then I can just hopefully attach it to the side of whatever building. Yeah, we'll see. I think that'll work. Will work. All right. Let's see. Let me copy a few of these over. Just trying to think. Oh, the axolotls are not here. Do axolotls drop anything? Okay, I mean, I don't know if they died. They could have just gone be swimming in a different ocean. They could have moved. For all I know. And I think we're gonna replace the steel. It's not bad, but I think it's just like... And honestly, it is probably... It is probably more cyberpunk. Well, I think both in conjunction would be more cyberpunk. In all fairness. Not cast cut. Waxed cut. Yep. Yep. Because it's just really bright. Which is definitely not the first thing I think of when I think of cyberpunk. Yeah, but I guess I'm not, like, going explicitly cyberpunk here, right? The idea, the hope, is that it's something between cyberpunk and steampunk. Let's see. What should I call this? Not houses. I'm gonna call it single small house one. House one works. Oh shit, you know what? I'm sorry. I want to replace deep slate with waxed cut iron. Okay, there we go. Gotta get that teeny tiny. I probably should just get rid of this. This is just gonna get in the way. I would like these to fit in flush. And, well, fit in flush if possible. And I know that these are not, like, waxed, but apparently little, like, police shed thing doesn't want to, Gonna put this under X small. So the idea, I don't know how true this is. Shit, I wanted to replace that. So in Japan, apparently instead of having one precinct where all the police like are headquartered out of and then like going on patrols, apparently, allegedly, there are like these small police boxes, these small little houses, small little structures where police, and they're scattered all around like, you know, city, urban areas, and you know, you can just, they still have the coverage, but they're not like, and that just seemed like an interesting idea to me. Not like either one is particularly... It could also be a small house. It could also be a tiny house. But this one's fancy because it has a window and a roof. You think these things have windows? They don't even get doors. You should have put like a banner so that like it's just like a cloth door. I think that probably would have just like killed the performance though. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Waxed cut iron. And I don't know how useful this is actually going to be. This little generator box. But, you know, having like maybe some like doors, some like create powered doors, or having some puzzles. I don't know what this was supposed to be. Oh, I think this was supposed to be like a vent. Like me trying to make a very small like AC unit. Small AC unit. Yeah. Speaking of Cyberpunk and Pokemon, because Pokemon was definitely a thing we've discussed in the last 30 minutes. I really want to see a Pokemon Legends game that takes place in the future where the future Paradox Pokemon come from. I don't know about you. Or a game that takes place in that future. Like, I'm just curious. I'm just curious what it looks like. That is true. That is true. I was gonna be like, well, actually, I have, what is the artist's name? Komori? No, okay, who is it? Hang on, I'm looking it up. Pokemon artist. The one artist, Sugimori. I think it's Ken Sugimori. Let me look this up.
I actually have Sugimori. I actually have Ken Sugimori's number on speed dial. I can totally influence this right now.
Yeah. Get Keanu Reeves to voice the main character. Main antagonist. I don't know if I'd want Keanu Reeves to voice... Well, get voice acting for one thing. Dude, I saw the trailer. I haven't seen any of the Sonic movies. I really want to. But section. I really want to, especially this one. I honestly don't think love Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves, fucking amazing. But like, I don't know if I really see him as Shadow. I think like the sort of tone that he can bring to the character, I think could genuinely fit Shadow, but I don't know how well it fits, because like I have an idea of what Keanu Reeves sounds like. Well, I have an idea of what Shadow sounds like, and Keanu Reeves is not that. Oh, dude, it's a mixed bag with Sonic. It is definitely a mixed bag with Sonic, but like there's a lot of games that are just like, they're very strange things. Ah, okay. Like, yeah, I won't explain in detail, I guess, but like, the comics, and I'm sure you've heard this, but like, the comics are like so good. The comics are so damn good, and then the games, the story for the games is just meh. And I haven't gotten into too many of the games. I do have Sonic Forces, which I know is not... I don't think is that well received. It is for Sona Generator, though, so that's cool. But... you know... It is one thing I can say about that game. And it does have some pretty kick-ass music. That is the one thing nobody can argue with about. Sonic does have some pretty kick-ass music. Fresh 40 all the way, baby. Live and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Or in the words of yesterday. The lines were uttered and I felt that. Also, this is not gonna work. I mean, I guess it could work. Would like to keep this if at all possible, but we'll see. It's also really funny because like Sonic, and I'm not a huge Sonic fan, but like the fucking like Twitter takeovers that they do, they just like where they have the VAs just like voice out the characters. Oh my god. It's amazing. The latest one, they were like, apparently it's the Year of Shadow, which I did not know, but I guess it makes sense. And one question came up, and it was like, how is Elise doing? How is Elise from Sonic 06 doing? And it's like, who's Elise? Wait a minute, who's Elise? What? Who is this person? I don't know this person. It's just like, oh my god. That was the... That was the most... That was amazing. Yeah, no, it was something. It was something to behold. No, this is a weird intersection. TX intersection. Fortunately not THX. We don't get the moo, but you know, it's can't have them all. Yeah, no, I guess it should just be a walkway. Yeah, that looks good. Say very nonchalantly. If I'm just like, I gotta get this done. I do like it though. I really like, I cannot emphasize enough how much I enjoy the being able to break, having a glass floor that you can break. Guess it would just be that. Like, this is gonna be an experience. Hmm. Ooh, I wonder. Should I make should I make a crane? Seems like a thing. Okay. There's a lot of things I should make. So like I said, I want to have like the base, the ground level section, the mid-level section, then I want to have like a topper. And I don't know. I definitely want to have like something where you have like a catwalk going over and it's a bunch of mechanical stuff. I don't know if anybody in their right mind would have a 20 floor, a generator on the 20th floor of a building. I don't know if that makes any sense. But, and honestly, like I mean, the top section absolutely, that's gonna be a thing that's important. But, oh, let's put some lights in here. Data center, power generator on the top floor, all the servers below it. Okay. I mean, I don't know if there's any logical reason one way or the other, I guess is my real question. I mean, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would be too crazy. And just having a bunch of like pipes and stuff running along the top of a building, it just seems like it would be a cool, like it would be a good, and then having, you know, like, just seems like that would be a good idea. Or a good visual. And I also want it to be a thing of like, I do also want it to be a visually interesting thing. Even if it's just ends up as like a useless machine that's running for no apparent reason. Like, I mean, I'd prefer not, but that is kind of a thing with this, of form over function. It is cyberpunk after all. And we're gonna put this under... let me make sure that I have the name of the thing right. I don't want to make skyscraper and then make lowercase s skyscraper. Cyberpunk. Deco. Skyscrapers. Okay. Base. Oh shit. Oh fuck, what was... Scans, Cyberpunk, Deco, Sky... No. Skyscrapers, base, sen... Base, sen 1. No, wait a minute, was base sen or base mid? Base mid, okay, base mid is what I'm looking for. Alright. Base mid dash 2. I mean, this can also probably have its own... It probably have something. And this probably isn't the most accurate thing to call it, but it's whatever. I guess it probably should be under small. That's okay. You know what? Actually, let's have skylights in all of the rooms, because of course we will. It does really open up the view. I know that's kind of what windows are supposed to do. And yeah, they probably all those things should probably have been under small bar dash 1. Da, 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 da. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Well, let me just go toss a few of these into the actual world and let me see, because definitely having like a power generator roof, definitely a thing I want to do. But obviously having like a very tall building with a very tall like apartment section with just a skyscraper on top of it is also partially what the aesthetic is going to be. I also don't actually know what the roads are going to look like on the ground level. There's probably a number of things I could do. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I hope you're sitting, Solar. I'm not like, it's very much a work in progress, but like, I don't know. I think it looks pretty impressive, even though it's not like, certainly not done, right? Like, you know, it is a thing. I think you'll agree. Da, 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 da. Dun, 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 dun. Na, 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 na. Right. Cyberpunk, or Rylu scans Cyberpunk Deco small. We don't want small yet. We want skyscrapers. We want base mid 2. Hell yeah. Gotta have the overlap. Right. Right. I, for some reason, didn't think. Thought they were the same length. And hopefully with this, I'm giving myself a little bit of, like, space to, you know, put the sky bridges fairly low. But we will see. Just turn that around 50 degrees. No, I won't. I kind of want to, but also that building is that's going to be something different. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Bar. Get yourself your little bar. And I don't know where I would want to put, how exactly I want to incorporate the sky bridge. I'm thinking I basically just slap it onto some places and then make it work with the building. And then try and just like sort of custom make the stairs have multiple levels. Just have a giant tangled mess. Also, at some point here, I want to have the graphics not bug out. That would be nice. It was a pain to do that. Not a pain, but like it was a thing. It was an experience. It is gonna look really good. It's gonna look really good. I don't know where I would want to put those houses, though. At this point, I am unsure. Having a vertical slab, or a 1x2, or a 2x1, or whatever you want to call it. Having 1x2s and 2x1s, definitely a thing I need. Obviously I can't use... Obviously I can't do too much everything here. Is also kind of funny how this is just like the multicolor roof is just not a thing you're going to be able to appreciate. It's also kind of the point, though. The visual ain't for you. Apologies, I might be self-indulging a little bit, just flying through. And like I said, I'm thinking that it's probably going to be just a straight shot. Oh, jeez. Probably just going to be a straight shot down. It's just going to be a straight shot south. We'll see what I want to do. I definitely want to do the generator thing. Yeah. Watch you squall your pathetic lives in this city. Yep. Exactly. Congratulations, you are now a cyberpunk. It is gonna be funny though with the top. We'll have to see how it all works. I think it'll be good though. It will be good. No, I think about it. It's gonna be awesome. I need to think. I'm thinking about it as an FPS level though. How do I want that working? Like, I definitely want there to be a lot of pipes and a lot of verticality. You know, actually, maybe would it make more sense? Could it make more sense for the mid-section, for the generator to be the mid-section? So you have, like, so you've, well, I guess potentially both of them. Both mid and top. So you can have, like, the base and then this sort of, you know, look into the mechanics and then have a skyscraper on top. Both could definitely work. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think it needs to have that much verticality. Ooh, maybe it should. I'm thinking, actually, unironically, like a motorcycle would probably be really great inspiration for this. Where you just, like, you have a frame and then just, like, a bunch of technical bits. A bunch of mechanical bits just going around. Not really going around, but, you know, it's like, it's all there and you can just see it. Circles in Minecraft. Well, I mean, not necessarily the circles. I mean, potentially, though. Potentially. I mean, I'm not gonna actually be able to make, like, an inline 4 or a boxer twin and just have it jutting out the side of the building. Although that would be amazing. That would be amazing. I explicitly want to do that now. I don't know. Oh. Oh. No, having a useless machine that is just this giant thing, I think actually that would work. That could totally work. Oh yeah, okay. Cause like moving, cause having a piston like move something, strangely enough, actually, I don't think it causes any stress. So like, the machine can work, can function with stuff. This is the center. So I could actually have, like, just giant piston heads moving about. I'm thinking I want to have, like, some fuel towers and some fuel towers on one side and then, like, the engine on the other. I guess I could, well, theoretically I could also do Steam. I could do that, but eh. And let's see. Ooh. Love to do like a staggered sort of fuel cell thing. Although let's give myself some room to work with here. I don't know what, like obviously you would probably want to, there would probably be some mechanical, some logistical benefit you get from displacing these in a certain way. Yeah, see how this works. I really probably don't need to have these barrels. Gonna do it anyway. Did I put a barrel in Misk? I did. Okay, good. Thank God. Never be too sure what the past you was thinking. And I already have colors for all that. Although honestly, I probably do want the terracotta. Or is this gray terracotta? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it works. We'll see. I'll probably, when I get to the top sections, like the proper skyscrapers, I'll probably use some stone. Okay. All these things are going to be necessary. We'll get them as we need them. It's too bad exhaust pipes aren't exactly a thing. I mean, I can make something. Another thing I've just thought of. It's like airship RV park. And how exactly would you do that in some weird cyberpunk, crystal punk thing? I mean, it would be like a tower with a bunch of docks, probably. And then just a bunch of airships. I guess. What else? What else? Oh, crane. The crane is a thing that, yeah, I really probably should do. Doesn't really make sense without Create Aeronautics and like, or, one of the mods that has like the sort of physicalization, whether it be Create Aeronautics or, Valkyrian Skies. Yes, I did just unironically, I don't know, it wasn't really whistling. That like, I want to say chuff? Was that me chuffing? Is that what that was? Did I just chuff the Final Fantasy Victory jingle? Victory fanfare? Chuff sounds like the thing that would describe what that was. That's not like a slur, is it? Chuffed, very pleased. Delighted, pleased, satisfied. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, very chuffed there, chap. You enjoy a game of cricket? Win? Have a good jolly old time there, my boy. This is gonna be interesting. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that is for, but I'll take it. Perfect. Is the only acceptable answer. As much as I really want to make a boxer twin that just juts out the side and has two giant, like, exposed piston heads just running around, or just thrusting out the sides of the building. Maybe we'll do something a little simpler. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, Minecraft. Oh, that stair was the cursed stair. The game was like, no. You may not place this block. This block is not placeable. Ugh. I totally derped. Totally forgot that one part in particular, gosh darn. Dun, 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 dun. All the bots. No, actually, I don't know. I guess the bots haven't been too bad. What's nice is that Twitch does have like an auto mod thing and gets probably not 100%, but it's been pretty damn good actually. Dun, 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 dun. Na, Dun, 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 dun. It also hit me that like November's almost up, December's almost up, like, and I have a bunch of things I want to record. Paper Mario, and I want to record Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons on the Switch emulator thing, Switch Online emulator stuff, and then I'll be happy. But I just have not been in the mood to record either of those. When I found out there were transformations in both games, and like, but the transformations didn't actually do anything, I was like, what? Why would you? And it's like, it's not just like you change the model or you change the sprite, it's literally that you can't do anything. It's like, I mean, if it was just a visual change, and that was it, then it's like, oh, okay, it's not that bad. It's like, no, you literally can't. It's not like you get a moblin and you get a different weapon or different stats or anything. It's oh god. Also, a few games that I think I like have recorded and I just like kind of forgot about them. think one of them was called Monster Boy. I can't remember what it was called, but that one was a Metroidvania, a side-scroller Metroidvania with transformation mechanics that I remember. I know I streamed Monster Sanctuary a little bit. I think I streamed it and did some recordings. Can't remember. Hey Andromeda, how's it going? What is your sleep schedule? Another 2 hours of sleep? Very nice. Maybe. I see. Oh, I gotta show you the cyberpunk city. Hang on. (11 to 12 p.m. Go to sleep, wake up at 4. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, hang on. Let me finish this little detail. Let me explain my situation. Like a Victorian era bladder. Okay. That one needs some explanation. When I think of Victorian era... Okay, so... When I think of Victorian era bladder, I think of the fact that airships, which were not really Victorian era, they were more Edwardian period. Or Edwardian era. But like, one of the airships had like... Well, the airships have air bladders that are filled with lighter than air. It's not necessarily the balloon part of like a Zeppelin. That is not necessarily the air containing part. But I think on some designs it was, but it was more of kind of a hull. Anyway. Ah. What? What would cause that? I mean, maybe I don't want to know, but now I'm curious. Anyway, so cyberpunk cities. So these are like the bases of buildings, and then these are midsections. And then there's gonna be toppers. And one of the toppers is going to be this thing, which is going to be like a generator thing. And I'm going to base it off of like a... I don't know exactly what, we'll see. But I'm thinking of basing it off of basically like an inline 4 engine. Let me save quit real quick. Show off the city, because I gotta show it off. Now I'm curious, because, like, when I was in high school and did gym, the time that I did gym and not the time that I didn't have to do gym, or PE, Yeah, swim was a thing that happened. I think we did swim in the winter. Somebody had to do swim in the winter. Because it was like the high school and middle school combined into basically one campus. And yeah, and I think the middle schoolers got to do it when it was warm, and high school had to do it when it was cold or something. And it sucked. But I know that me and my friends were not particularly active, so we would just float around in the pool. Really freeze our asses off. Anyway, so yeah, so alright, so we've got this giant pit that that I'm carving out of the land. And the idea is that we got this area, and then we've got this massive city. It's going to be so massive that you can actually see, like, the top of it when you're in, when you're at ground level, even though this is a little bit higher than ground level, but, And I'm going to expand it out, because this is kind of small. It's going to expand it out down south here. And yeah. You've got, your sense of scale here. Very nice, very nice. Got your building. Got your little empty bar, inn, motel. Very nice little room. With some nice little patterns to break up the monotony. Some very nice. I love this building in particular, not because of the urban greenery that is more blue than green, but because of this, with the nice little thing. I think I was showing you this before, Andromeda. Now that I think about it. I'm gonna show it again because I'm proud of myself. Got your little planters, but then you also have, and this is gonna look real weird now that I think about it. You also do have, oh, not this building, but you also have tinted glass skylights. So it doesn't really give you light, but it does give you a sense of to sort of open up the room, open up the area. And yeah. And we got a bunch of other buildings as well, and hopefully many more to come. And then there's going to be some sky bridges, which have glass floors, which you can break with a brick. Because why would that not be a thing? Why would it not be a thing? Just gonna go into the same world again, gosh darn it. Dun 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 dun. Oh, I don't know if I actually asked, but like, what kind of swim practice is it? I'm curious. Is it just like? Because my thought is like just swimming laps, but there's got to be more other aquatic activities. I mean water polo, but like water polo would be its own thing though. Probably. I would assume. Dun, 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 And I guess the nice thing is that I don't need to make this actually a proper working well, I mean, it doesn't need to. I want to have the visual of an inline 4 engine. No problem with that. Gonna put solid placeholder. Kind of wondering. I'm thinking that I don't want this to be like. I don't want this to be like super square. And it's probably gonna need to be, yeah, we're gonna make this 4 just because I want it to be centered. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna need to move this over then. Well, no, I guess we don't need to. I guess actually it would be nice to do a boxer because you don't need to... Yeah, because you wouldn't need to have like... Well, because you could just have... Yeah, you wouldn't have to... Because obviously this isn't going to be an actual functioning engine. And you can just have the piston sort of move back and forth. And all this is going to be is like a pipe that goes into a big giant metal iron block thing, and then there are some moving piston heads. I don't care if this is like absolutely not how engine works, but it's gotta have a movie bit. There's gotta be some motion. Na, 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 wrench. dokie. Modular. Let's see. Don't want this to be too complicated. And ideally, this will just work. Your gearbox. Get your shafts. Get your shafts extended into your gearboxes. Beautiful. And the way that we're gonna get the movie bit, which is my main concern here, because of course it is. First we're going to just set up a real simple header sort of thing. Yeah, actually we're gonna do a criminally simple. I think. Let's see. I want waffle fries. You know, actually, I got the hankering for Hawaiian barbecue, and you know what? At the moment, I think I would prefer a fish sandwich. Not that anything is wrong with either of those. Just that I would probably prefer not to be... Like, I mean, if anything, if there was anyone that I was going to have a hankering for, it should be the barbecue, because it's closer. But they don't got waffle fries. Dun 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 dun. Okay, now Shame on me. I guess pump that's just not pumping is not very useful. Oh, but this is not going to... This might work. Oh, thank God. Alright. Oh, it didn't work for everything. Oh, no. No! No! Wait, why did it work? Oh, no, probably because it... Gotta convert it here at some point. That's fine. Stupid, but fine. Alright, we've got that working for the moment. I think I am going to need... a second to think here. I know what I want to do, I just don't know... Oh... Yeah, we do need to make this taller. Just give myself more space to work here. I'm trying to think, actually. I was just thinking about different engine types, or different engine layouts. Different ICE engine layouts. Sorry. So, like... I'm thinking of it from more of a motorcycle perspective. But, in which case, like, single cylinders all the way, baby. Or parallel twins. Preferably. Preferably one or the other. What other options are available? I don't think I've ever heard of anything more than a Boxer. No, I have heard of Boxer 6s. Also on motorcycles. Specifically like Gold Wings. I think they might be V6s. They might be Boxers. There's definitely room for it to be either. What am I looking for? Okay, for one thing, I'm looking for a gear shift. Probably a powered toggle switch. And a redstone contact. And glue would also probably be good. I'm just thinking of like, what about like a Boxer 12? An H12. That'd be interesting. I think it would be. Also, like, radial engines. That one's an interesting. V12 in your motorcycle. Somebody's done it. I know, like, I haven't seen it, but somebody's done it. I think the craziest look is the radial engine motorcycle, which is just, which is an interesting thing. It's just an interesting thing because you have the what even is it? The engine is the front wheel. I can't words right now. But the engine is the wheel, and that's the thing you need to know. On a radial engine, unless I'm derping. And it's like, it's a thing. Let me look this up now. Because, like, radial engines don't really make... They don't really make sense in a car. They don't make sense in a motorcycle either. But somebody fucking did it. Because why not? Radial engine. Radial engine. Motorcycle. Oh my god. Okay, no. Okay. Alright, I guess you can do a radial engine on a motorcycle without attaching it to the wheel. But I don't like the way it looks. Even though it's... You know what? Okay, it's like... It's asinine. It is asinine in... function there. The Magola radial engine motorcycle. That's the thing I'm thinking of. Which is a thing. It's apparently it's an absolute mess, and the way you slow down is by driving in circles until you stop. Yeah, and I'm just trying to... I can't remember for the life of me how exactly that works. But that was a thing I looked up. I don't know if I can express how strange of a thing that was to see. Gonna use plate iron here, just... If not for visual contrast... Because I need... Because I might swap these things around. I wouldn't be surprised though, like... I don't know, I've said that my preference for vehicles is interesting, say the least. Or maybe I don't want to do... Maybe I don't want to do this like this, but oh well. Why would I want to... Oh, you know, actually, I'm sorry. This needs to be hooked up to a gearbox. So I need to have basically like a redstone contact that interacts with this. And this is kind of... Nah, actually that's... Yeah, we can cheat here a little bit. Sorry, I was gonna say, I have a preference, certainly. I do enjoy, like, the look of them really, really, really old cars. Some of them. I like the 20s. Like in the 19 aughts, in the 1900s, it was like where the engine bay is just like teeny tiny little box with giant fenders, and it's just like ugh. But the 20s is definitely a thing. The 20s and the 30s, although I don't know too many cars from the 30s. So this is not going to be enough now that I'm thinking about it. You know what? Actually, it doesn't need to be not enough. It can be enough. Like we all are. The only problem with that desire, that interest... Well, I don't know, because I feel like... I want to say that those cars would be easy to work on. Oh, I used the wrong things. I say easy to work on. That might not necessarily be true. I recognize. But they just have, like... They have a good amount of, they don't exactly... Like, it's not a boxy 70s cars where it's a giant engine bay and then, like, it's, I don't know... Like... You know, where it's just like, you open it up and it's just the engine and then you've got space on either side and you can very clearly... You could probably stand in an engine bay in a, you know, in a Mustang or something. With the engine in it and have space. As opposed to 20s cars, 20s and 30s and earlier cars where it's a little bit more size conforming. Okay. So my problem here... I don't know if this would work. What? Oh, okay. Understandable. Oh. Oh, that would work. Wait a minute. No, that wouldn't work.
The problem here.
Oh, there's a simpler way to do this, I'm sure. Can I put the power latch under? No, I cannot. Oh, and maybe I need to give myself more space here. For one thing, the piston is currently flat. Alright. That's good. That's good. Let's see. I might be able... Oh... Okay. Sorry, my grandmother was just like, you know what, actually I could do this. This is a this is a thing I could do. Sorry, my grandmother was just like... Grandma was like, yo, beef jerky. Gonna make beef jerky. Well, okay, my grandfather was like, yo, we're gonna make beef jerky at 2:30. Grandma's just like, yo, we're doing it at 3 o'clock. Like, what is... Okay. Maybe communication is a problem in my family. Okay. Now I realize that I've just made the exact same thing. Theoretically has the exact same problem. Actually, no. I think if I did this... If I did this, it wouldn't work either. Interesting. Interesting. Yes, indeed. Now, does this work? Okay. That does not work. I want to... I'd love to do this without using the... Like... They're the brass gearbox or the super duper gearbox. Sorry. Stretching. I don't know. Don't know. Be honest. Let's rethink this. Let's get our thinky caps on. I think there's gonna have to be some redstone in this. It's fine. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave this for now just because I want to do this. I also don't want to... I'm also derping. I can do some simpler. A simpler sort of thing for the roof. Where it's just like the little boxes. Oh, but there's other things I could also do. Oh, I had some idea and I've forgotten it. Let me think. Ooh, you know what? The 1x2 instead of 2x1 or whatever. Would probably good. Also, let me just text my grandmother, okay. Just so we're all on the same page. Oh, I get. Literally so terrified of just asking him, like, do you play video games? And then he's just like, no. Like, oh. Oh shit. Okay. Well, there goes at least a few hours of conversation. On the upside of that, though, I mean, like, probably not a huge chance. Yeah. I mean, there is a chance, though. There's a chance that, you know, like he plays Star Citizen. Very unlikely chance. But, I don't know, that'd be a hilarious coincidence. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, but I can dream. Yeah. Yeah. I am aware, but it's just like, I don't know. For some reason, my mind focused on that in particular. One can hope, though. I wonder. Do wonder. I will say, without saying too much, he is very much into Apple, and I'm like, I don't know. What's the deal with games being able to run on Macs? Just as a, is there a general consensus of like a lot of games just not running on Mac and just being designed like solely for Windows? And then Linux people going crazy and making it work? Never really stopped to think. Mac person. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. That's the thing I'm really afraid of. Just like... yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be the killer there. I don't know. Hopefully I can save that with like tabletop games. I could see that's a thing, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if I can bite somebody's ear off by talking about... chew somebody's ear off? Talking about such lovely games as Cyberpunk? I mean, like, I haven't touched Dungeons and Dragons in a very long time. But, I mean, like... oh my god. that is probably the one. But you never know. You never know. It's also like hilarious because it's like be like, oh, I played D&D. I'm like, ugh, D&D. What a mixed bag that is. With the recent, I don't know what. There's probably some recent drama with the latest edition of D&D. I just remember the one where it's like D&D Beyond had 5th edition. Like, people with 5th edition had, like, the stuff replaced with the 2024 edition. What was it? Like, the 5th edition stuff was removed and replaced with the 2024 edition, even though they're, like, very, very similar. And the people, well, explicitly because they're very similar or something, and the people with 5th edition but not the 2024 edition just now did not have stuff that they had bought with real money, because they replaced, like, the assets, or the book assets, and it was like, what the fuck? I don't know if I explained that well, but, like, yeah. Cyberpunk would never do that. Cyberpunk would never hurt you. Only your characters. Via violent dismemberment. Or emotional trauma. Actually, both.
Okay. Let's see here. Gonna extend this out to move us over. Let's see. I guess we could do that. You know what, actually, yeah, we could do this. And we're gonna have some stairs go up here. Gotta connect some of these rooms so I don't have to put so many gosh darn doorways. Da 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 da.
That was a noise. I apologize. What the fuck? You ever feel the need to be heard, but in the strangest, most obtuse way possible? Hi, welcome to my TED Talk. Oh, is this gonna be a little heart? Oh, I didn't even think. Oh, I didn't even think about that. It's not really a shape I can manage normally. We're not doing that. It's a thing I did not realize. Oh, I need. Oh, no, I do have the end rods still in my inventory. Very nice, very nice. Again, I should probably be. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I should be focusing on the exterior. Again, the interior can influence the exterior. Such is the fact. Such is the fact that, I mean, the stairs are probably going to go here. I think that's probably the most logical place for them. Uh, uh... Also be a fun thing with the Max, because, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's necessarily like a, he has a bias, but I don't think he's foaming at the mouth Apple-aholic, Apple-holic, Apple maniac. you know? Just like, yeah, I've literally, I don't know, I have only ever built my own PC. Never, and I guess the first PC I ever had probably was not built. But it was in fact bought for me. But, you know, I'm kinda used to just constantly upgrading things. And or getting stuff. Getting new stuff. I am also amazed. I think I've mentioned before that, like, I do need to, at some point here, replace my, get stuff replaced. Or get, like, a second PC to stream with. One to stream and one to play the game. And have, like, a capture card go between. And that might be kind of a nice little thing. My current PC is running a, I want to say, it's pretty good. It's like a mid-end, like higher mid-end machine, I think. But the motherboard is very old. I mean, I don't know if it's particularly new. To have an M2 drive. I don't know how old that is, but it has one M2 slot. Or a SSD M2 thing, which was, oh my god, way too convenient, because, you know, guess what Star Citizen's running on? Or guess where the Star Citizen is stored? Yeah. But it's like a Strix, I want to say like the Strix 350, I think? E350, and it's like, it's old. Clearly it works well enough, but serves the purpose. But, don't necessarily want to make a solid cyan building. No, again, I can just change these things. It's okay. I think one thing I also want to do, I'll finish off the mid-section generator thing. I'm gonna not have a generator actually present. And it's just gonna be a thing of like, I place the engine, or I place the thing, or I place the actual generator unit as a unitized thing. And then, place it as a unitized thing, and I can just put that other places as well, if need be. Yeah, that probably makes more sense. I need to actually put, like, the staircase in properly, but eh. What if I did a gradient? Tried to do a gradient. A gradient shift, not necessarily like... Ooh. So like... So this is an interesting remix. Guess this doesn't really end up looking like a gradient. Yeah, we'll just go with the solid color and we can regret that choice later. I also think I've just added 2 blocks. I guess kind of unintentionally, but that's fine. Also kind of like, you know, like this large open space which can be interesting to sort of just, if I need to use, I can place down a bunch of these buildings and then use the interiors for different things. Because I do want the sort of... I mean, there has to be a traversal to the bottom. There has to be to the top. But I want the midsection to be kind of like where everything's at. I think that's just strange and interesting. Oh, I also got a weird sleep schedule, kind of got messed up. Don't know what I was doing that caused it to happen, but happened. I also would like this building to be strangely taller. As much of a pain as this is gonna be. You know what, actually, wait a minute, I can solve this. Cyan C. Cyan C. Sounds like it could be a name. You know, I'm also thinking of a particular Star Citizen building here. Going to put some struts here. Let's see, we've got 4 blocks. 4 blocks. Oh, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10, 8, 9. Something. I can't remember. So I want to have like a lot. I mean, like, the other buildings are just like the sort of 2x2 lots just on top of each other. But I want this to be ever so slightly different. Want this to have the scaffolding and the stuff. So what are these? Ooh. Okay. I don't know if I want to use these, but let's see. I'm sorry, this is iron sheet and iron nougat. That is not the block I wanted to use. That wouldn't be bad. And we're gonna put one in the center here. Be hilarious. Oh, you know, I could plant like a tree. See if like a redwood grows this tall. Which it would, but... It perhaps a little odd to have a helipad in a setting with... Well, actually, no, there are ships, there are little vehicles that I do have, and I'm not afraid to pull out. The little airship vehicles. I can't remember which mod it's from, or what it's called, rather. But it absolutely is a thing that I can use. I'm thinking we put some iron steps here, give it a little bit more. A little something something, you know? Yeah. That is one ugly ass building. Oh my sweet God. I'm thinking, we go a little crazy here. Obviously, we already went a little crazy because this is a huge-ass fucking building. Yeah, pretty much. I think I want... Oh, no. I'm also an apatheist, so, like... There is no God to save me. Damn it. How could I have made such a grave error? It does mean God cannot forsake me. It does mean my God cannot forsake me. There is no God to forsake. Alright, so what I'm thinking here is basically gonna be this. Nothing too complicated. More Tetris block stacking. Oh, perfect placement there. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I don't know what this house would look like. Per se, but sure we can figure it out at some point later down the line. Oh, the 3-stair thing. Yeah, that's gonna be a little strange. Yeah, we'll have to see. There's a few ways I can work with this. Yeah, okay, that looks like it's a very simplistic change, but it makes everything so much better. Holy shit. Let's see. Panels, panels, panel. Actually, we do want the tinted glass. Just gonna add some little balconies. Yeah, I guess this works. And I am not going to put a doorway for these just because I'm lazy, And maybe I don't necessarily want these to be... Maybe I don't necessarily want these to be balconies. Maybe I want them to be planters. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, oh yeah, that's... I mean, like, listen, it doesn't contrast, so that's maybe a little unfortunate, but like... also wouldn't be that hard to add some contrast if needed, but... Cyan is definitely a very... I didn't think it was going to be so cyberpunky, and it turned out to be cyberpunky. I think it would be a bit odd to have one central staircase, so we're gonna have two on the sides, I think. Just extend it out. I cannot go down here. Okay. Okay, it is fine. Let us see, let us see. Nope, it's on. Nope, it's not. Okay. Beautiful. I'm just gonna leave it like that, except I'm gonna put something here. And maybe a little bit of something. A little bit of a cavernous feel. Going inside the building. Then we gotta add the lights, because of course we do. Could equally be a place to add some building on top of this, or could just be like a helipad, aircraft pad. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about glass now because I'm like, oh, I don't want to Do I want to put this, how do I want to put this glass? Do I really want to put this here, like this? Like this? Probably not. Guess we could just, I guess that's fine. Speaking of 1920s and 30s cars, though, usually they have... Well, I don't know about 30s cars, because again, like, if you were making a car in the 30s, it was either... It was that would be an interesting thing to be doing. Yeah, and we're just gonna do this. Because I'm cheap. Oh, yeah, they usually had, like, flat glass. Like, usually it would be, like, the windshield would be a metal frame with, like, 2 glass panes. Relatively flat glass planes, I think, right? Because that's one, like, one serious sort of thing. I know, especially with, like, big rigs. Well, maybe not a big thing, but, like, you got a cracked windshield or something, or if you need to replace the glass entirely, then just having a flat piece of glass is way easier to replace. As opposed to some crazy curved thing. And every time I see a concept car that's like... Somebody talk about a concept car that has like this insane glass bubble canopy thing, it's like that... No, that would never be a production car because that glass is way too fucking expensive. And that's definitely one of the things. I'm actually super curious, because obviously there's also like Jeeps that for a long time had flat fold down windshields. Does seem like it would be a benefit. The flat glass, not necessarily folding down. I don't know why. What the advantage of that would be. I guess if it got shot and it was like actually obstructing your vision at that point, it's like, well, I don't know. Anyway, this is I think it's looking pretty good. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Should have thought of the lights here, maybe. Just slap some of these on here. Call it a day. Beautiful. Sometimes I wonder if I should go in and change the setting that's where the text persists. Just thinking about the fact that right now the latest text, the latest message in chat is your god cannot save you. It's just like, what is the context on that? Nobody, everyone who enters chat is immediately scared. And I feel like that happens a lot. Possibly happens a lot. Sometimes, maybe it can't be avoided. There's at least a few times where it probably could. Trying to think what I could on top of these. I don't know. Oh. I think this is pretty good, though. We are getting close to the end here. Also, if that was not... If thou were curious... No. I was like, maybe, but no. Yeah, no, I think that works. I think it works pretty well. Let's see. Sky. Scraper. What am I gonna do off stream? That's the real question. Base. Mid dash. I think I'm up to 4 with the mids. Not. And it doesn't really matter that much because I still have the things. So if I saved over something, I'd figure it out. Oh, I didn't mean to get the snow, but you know, that's okay. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna finish this up and remove the engine. Really do like this, the idea of it anyway. Dun 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 dun. No. I wish the plant oil was like flammable and could just explode into a giant pool of fire. But, yeah. One can only dream. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, right, I have to do the little detail. So look at this. I don't know how much that detail adds, if I'm completely honest. I think it's okay. I think it'll do. Ooh, do, what am I doing? I don't know, apparently. Da, na, 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 da. Yeah. Or I just had the thought of like, I don't know where my microphone has a particular area of distance that. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That was me moving my head forward past the audible range. I don't know how that sounded. I hope it was a very sudden cutoff. Not that I think that would be better, but because I think that would be funny. Dun, 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 wham, wham, wham. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. I want a lo-fi remix of One Winged Angel. Sorry, I'm just like thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know what that would sound like. I don't know what that would sound like, and I don't know if I want to know what it would sound like. I'd be scared. I'm trying to think, actually. I know that I don't know if I was underwhelmed when I fought Sephiroth. I remember thinking, like, you know, actually that was not that difficult of a boss at the end of the game. Then Ultimecia was absolutely a thing. But also, that was like... But it was also like I was swapping up my tactics. So... Instead of just spamming summons all the time, I had to actually have a little bit more thought. Probably most controversial thing I'm gonna do tonight. I'm gonna save the... gonna wait on the central staircase because I'm lazy. Just gonna put some light bars. Oh my god. Sorry, I just remembered a thing. I know I talked about the lockpick thing and the... Oh right, the copper beryllium thing. I saw a video of somebody who just had an extremely bright light being chased by the cops, just pulled it out the window and just like completely blinded the camera and presumably the cops for long enough that like to speed off, and it's like, holy shit. No fucking way. That is intense. Like, I don't even know. It doesn't really help because, like, you know, got the... I don't know, actually. I don't know if they had the license plate. Also just reminds me of how, like, the, apparently the Cybertruck, light bar is a thing you can get, but it's actually, like, cannot be installed from the factory because it is too bright or something. Which is, certainly a thing. Yeah. Alright. Could also be that, could also be that the fuel is, that this is just like a fuel thing. But I'm not gonna make it like that. I could extend it. I could also take the fuel cans out, but eh. Mid-3, I guess. I'm sorry, I need to reset that second point here. First point, technically. There we go. Okay, is there anything else? Is there anything else I want to throw up here that I could do in possibly 15 minutes? That's a tough one. Ooh, well, I could do a T-cross, or a three-way intersection. Na 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 na. See how this works. I don't know, I'm probably wrong. I assume this is from Legend of Zelda. But, just reminded of Final Fantasy a little bit. I'm reminded of... Oh no, I believe the team that made... Oh, right. The team that made... I think it was it wasn't Tactics, it was Final Fantasy Adventure, I want to say. It was the Final Fantasy where they were like, hey, America, we're gonna make this explicitly for the American audience, and you're gonna like it. You're gonna freaking love it. Then America was like, nah, not really. I can't remember, because I think that was the thing where, like, they were like, Americans, are too dumb to understand our games or something. It wasn't that exactly. But it was like, we gotta, like, make this a simpler, easier to follow story or something. And it didn't do too well. I think it was Final Fantasy West? Something? I don't know. I just remember it was a little funny thing. It was a little silly. I don't know if it was a... I'm gonna call it three of Ross. Ross. I hope it was Skybridge, but we're gonna check. Kinda wanna put down some of these things. Sky, no space, capital B, Rich. Okay. Oh, I was gonna look something up for my mother. I was going to look up a pork loin recipe. Oh, and I gotta look this up too. Trivia night restaurant. God damn. Yep, let's do this first though. Just place a few things down. Pork loin recipes. Pork loin stuffed with pesto and ... Roasted pork loin. Roasted pork loin. Is there any gosh darn thing that ain't a roast? Grilled pork loin chops. Grilled pork steak. Da 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 da. Also, this is just this is a really awkward corner. I gotta admit. I need to have a little park thing. Oh, I will say also, I don't know where, but there is absolutely what's it called? An underground city or a lost city or whatever the thing is. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. Oh no, why did I say oh, it's okay. As long as I remember, that doesn't matter at all, but it's kind of silly. Oh, yeah. What's the other thing I put in skyscraper? Oh, is the right? Yeah. No, I. what the fuck was the other thing I did? The hell? Oh. I want to put it down, or did I? Wait a minute, where did I? Or what? The game just having issues here? Okay, cool. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, I'm clicking so many times. Oh geez, why did I decide to do this? Hey, oh no 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 no. Could put it like in between one of the layers, but yeah. And I might want to just literally delete everything at some point and replace stuff, but like that's not out of the question, but you know. And think it should save the class. Oh no, not this. Oh, it just doesn't want to place the thing. Well, let's see if we can get... Oh, nope. It just needed to take a second. Cool. Weren't supposed to put down the solid placeholder, silly. What? Sometimes, this game, let me tell you. And it didn't for, like, the other builds as well, so it's super curious. And it didn't for this one either. What? Okay. Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, I don't know what kind of... I don't know what kind of, Mirror's Edge level this is, but I could definitely see this in Mirror's Edge. Let's see, this particular building can be sacrificed to the bridge seers. So that we may have an entrance for our sky bridge, I reckon. Okay, let's see here. Let's see, get that. Sky Bridge 3 cross. I need a corner piece as well. And I did say... What? Oh, this is... Okay, it's... Is this gonna be a problem? Or did I put... Did I just put those... down the wrong way? I mean, if I have to replace all of these, I mean, it'll be annoying, but it's certainly not the end of the world. Oh, if I need to place the stairs... What? It's also still not that big of a deal, but like... It's strange. Well, I can see... Well, we'll see. I would not be surprised no. Oh no. Okay, well that's unfortunate. I mean, I would appreciate if there was guardrails. I don't know, maybe it is asking a lot. But I think that would be okay. Down, down, down. You seriously all miss like what? I don't know. That seems like a very strange one. The stairs don't have that problem. Obviously, like clearly the way that this works is different. Still, it's kind of crazy. Alright, well, you see what I'm going for here. And now we just have hurdles, which is even more terrifying. Okay, that was... okay, that might not have been the best idea. But we can... we can see where some ideas are forming, perhaps. So yeah, I don't know. I think this looks really cool. I mean, like, there's still a lot of work to do. I ain't gonna pretend like there isn't. But, yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. Guess I will need to figure out something for this. Interesting. Oh, and there's many other interesting things that probably figure out here. Not to mention the idea of, well, there's a lot of ideas going through my head right now. Yes, so let's see. Let's find a little hidey hole to say our outro to, framed by the doorway. What a great narrative device. I don't think I have too much to say. Yeah, I'd be excited for hiatus for Starfield Galactic Guide. We'll at the end of the week, but until then, nothing's really changed. Still Mario Party and Final Fantasy, and then Star Citizen next Sunday. Till then, until next time, have a good day, a great day even. Chowskis.